Good morning, everybody. My name is Nimit. Let me turn off the music here. Hi, everyone. My name is Nimit. I'm one of the co-founders at Votes. Votes is a small elections company. We are based out of Boston. And we specialize in doing elections on the blockchain and also doing elections in very high threat scenarios. So where no one else wants to conduct an election with the fear of getting hacked, we are able to come in and do an election. So we started a few years ago purely by accident. My brother and I were at a hackathon competition, as you can see, at South by Southwest, which is a film, music, and tech festival in Austin, Texas. And the theme of the hackathon was Hack to the Future. What's the one thing you would do in the future and how would you do it? And what really excited us at the time was the prize. They had the usual hackathon prizes, like prize money, meeting with investors, swag, etc. But they also had a Bitcoin. So this was the early days, 2014. We hadn't yet dived too much into Bitcoin. So we actually read the paper for the first time. The first time I read it, to be honest, I did not understand. So I had to read it again. My brother told me, read it again, it's brilliant. Somebody figured out how to do computer science with behavioral economics. So we figured, what's the most audacious thing we can do with a technology like this? Everybody around us was focused on money, financial use cases, which, to be honest, didn't really excite us, still doesn't. So I'm a skeptic on that perspective. But the technology has so much more application in other sectors. So we had grown up in India in the 80s, witnessed the prime minister getting assassinated, and then there were elections, and people were forced to vote a certain way. And some of those images stuck in our heads, so we figured, why don't we do something which can actually help people avoid coercion in a high-threat scenario? So that's what we prototyped, and we think people will kind of laugh at us. Some people did, but we actually ended up winning the first prize, which was a little bit of a shock. So we got the Bitcoin. We had a meeting with an investor who said, don't do it. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do. So like all entrepreneurs, if somebody tells you not to do something, you're going to do it. So we came back to Boston. I'd been working in the cybersecurity, digital security space since my college. So we figured, let's give it a shot. So that's how it started. And we did our first election with 20 people from the military in the state of West Virginia in the 2018 midterm elections. So very, very small user group. And the idea was to see if it'll actually work. And that was successful. So since then, it has expanded to other states. Both the major political parties also use it for their internal elections, caucuses, conventions. And then you probably know that last year, INE and the government of Mexico selected us for your historic federal election. So all overseas Mexicans were eligible to use this system for the first time. And obviously there was a historic outcome. It's also now deployed in multiple cities in Ontario, in Canada, for municipal elections. they have, because the law in Canada is more friendly to a system like ours, they have expanded access to all voters. So every voter in these cities can use a system. You can also use the traditional way, which could be paper or going to mail ballot, etc. So as of this week, we've completed more than 150 elections in 8 countries. Almost 5 million people have used this system. We get attacked a lot, as you might imagine, by governments, by people from academia, anybody who doesn't want online and digital voting to go mainstream. So far, we've managed to defend the system from all those attacks. And we hope to be able to do that going forward as well. So before I jump into some demos, this is a very interesting project which started in Florida. So the idea behind this project is, while we are waiting for laws to change, so more and more people have access to a system like this, how can we push the ball forward? How can we get access to more people and do something which doesn't require anybody's permission, per se? So we partnered with a nonprofit based in Florida and started this project called Digital Democracy Project. So the idea here is, it's an election system, but instead of voting for candidates, you're actually voting on legislation. So it started with state legislation in Florida, and now it's federal legislation all over the US. So any US registered voter in any of the 50 states can download the app, get verified, and vote. And what happens is, in real time, your elected representative, whether it's a state congressman, state senator, or federal congressman, federal senator, they get to see how their district is voting. So they then have an interesting choice. If they vote yes on a bill and their district is no, then they're going against the people who elected them. They can, obviously, it's their decision, but they will have a challenge when they run in the next election. So it creates a very interesting balance, check and balance. We don't need anybody's permission to do this, so pretty much every country, every democracy anywhere in the world can adopt this. It's free for voters, and there's a small operational cost to operate it on a monthly basis. So I'll show you how this actually works, and then we can look at a few other things as well. So I'll quickly show a tally as well. So right now, people are voting on several federal bills. So let's dive down. Let's look at one. So you'll see here, this is the map, and you can go into any state. Let's say you're going to Florida. And I know it's very small, but you'll see how Florida is trending, whether it's going with the rest of the country or not on this bill. And then you can dive in deeper as well. So let's go deep into Florida. So now we can do district-wise. So you'll see purple means they're not in favor. Green means this district is in favor. So you'll see there's only one yes and one no. You go into some other districts, there are more people. So it's incredibly transparent, and there's also a scoreboard. So there's a live scoreboard of all the legislators. You can see which district. So where it says 89, that means this legislator votes with their constituents 89% of the time. So the higher the score, the more representative of citizens' choice they are. So it creates healthy competition. So you'll see in some states, one party is at the top in the Senate, the other party is at the top in the House. So that's very healthy, because otherwise people just keep arguing. This way, there's less acrimony. So this is one utility. There's another utility which comes into a more high threat scenario where people are actually being coerced to vote. So we're actually literally running an election right now in Africa, and here the challenge is people are coerced to vote a certain way, and you can send them credentials, they can download the app, but still there's a big risk. So what has been done now is to use your live self, liveness, as your password, which is very hard to impersonate. So the process here is users register with a government-issued ID and a selfie. You'll see how that is done, and it's backed with a DLT-based infrastructure. And then they actually vote. It checks it's actually you. So it's able to detect, AI deepfakes, people trying to impersonate, other kinds of, high threat scenarios. So let's quickly look at an example of that as well. So this is an example of the user registering. You can use the mobile app. We also have a secure web application now. So this is the registration process. So essentially, users, I can skip forward. So they select the ID, which is authorized. They can scan it or upload a picture as well. And then you do the liveness check. So this requires you to, move your face, come front, come back, smile. Basically, it's trying to make sure you're real. You're not using a video of a video, doing from a Zoom or a Teams call or like WhatsApp or FaceTime. And so once it's sure, it gets your picture. And then let's look at now that that's done. So that usually happens, before the election begins. So now let's look at the voting process. So you receive your credentials, which vary based on the country, based on the jurisdiction. So this is, they use a two-factor credential here. And then you'll see how the face biometric kicks in. And so this will match with what you provided previously. And all this is oracled on a blockchain-based infrastructure. So it's running over a global distributed network now. And so once there's a match, you get access to the ballot. And then, depending on the type of the election, so this is people actually voting right now. So if a new vote comes in, you'll see this, there'll be a new block added in real time. All activity in the system, like starting the election, the encryption key ceremony, any kind of changes, all anonymous voting to closing, everything's tracked in a transparent way, so every citizen can actually audit the election independently, in addition to your election authority producing the results. And then voters can also audit their individual ballots. So you also have, if you're a math geek, you'll get a a set of zero knowledge proofs. So you can use the election encryption keys to verify those and make sure the ballot was not tampered with and modified after the user hit submit. So the system is available globally, most countries. You can download the app, give it a try. If you, as I said, if you're registered to vote in the US, you can actually vote on federal bills right away. All other countries, you'll have a test ballot. So if you'd like to participate, just download the app and reach out to us. We can give you sample codes. I have some right now as well. I can hand them out after we speak. And that's sort of a quick fire overview about what we do, what we're about. So happy to answer any questions. Yeah, please.
Do you use a proprietary blockchain or use any other blockchain?
So the system is actually agnostic. We can run an election on Bitcoin if you're willing to pay the gas fees. So it's actually a decision of the electoral authority. So we also have a Hyperledger-based network. So the one I just showed you here. So this is a global network. We have more than 250 nodes now across the US, Canada, Switzerland, Brazil, soon to have in Mexico as well. So you can use that. It's a permission network, but it's public. The reason it's permission is because it offers what's called as data sovereignty. So if you're running an election, let's say in Canada, Canadian law requires that any election data cannot leave the country. So if we run that election on Bitcoin, there's no way to guarantee, right? Because a Bitcoin validator node could be anywhere in the world. And it's very complicated to build a governance layer on Bitcoin right now. We have been trying, but We have not succeeded. It's super complex. So if you want that kind of governance layer, you have to use either a permission network or maybe one of the newer networks which have just come up, like Base, Arbitrum, Avalanche. There's some newer blockchains which allow you to do things like that. So it's up to the government and the electoral authority. But we've had people run elections on Bitcoin, on Hyperledger, on Ethereum, Cardano, Solana, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so working with INE was very, very nice. It was a compressed project because we won the RFP. It was a competitive bidding, so we actually won it on Christmas Day in December of 2023. So it was a good Christmas gift for us. But the election was in June, so we literally had 5 months to do a massive project. But the NA team was great, very, very professional, very experienced in the procedures of conducting elections, and we had a really nice time working with them. And then also the university, which was acting as a third-party auditor. I think they were Cineva staff. So for every election, I think INE chooses like a third party to audit the election. So for this one, they chose those. So we worked with for a couple of months with them as well. But overall, it went really well. I think they had record turnout. And one of the very interesting things they did, which kind of surprised us, it came just 5 weeks before election day. Initially, the scope of the voter roll was about 2 million people. That was the requirement in the contract. But then something happened and they decided to load the entire country's database, almost 100 million people. So obviously there's a magnitude of order difference between 2 million and 100 million. So we had to quickly reconfigure the system and do a test to make sure worst case scenario if something happens and even people in country actually need to use the system, and the system is actually ready. Thankfully, nothing bad happened, everything went well, so only people overseas voted. But yeah, they were great partners, and hopefully we'll get another chance to work with them in the 2027 election.
Hi, two-part question. First, how does this play in concert with other methods of voting? For instance, if somebody uses this app and then shows up at their local machine voting or vote by mail, is there a way to account for someone who's voted with this system? And secondly, just reporting of results. Have you found that with election administrators, it's been easy to get results quickly published? Because that's often a complaint of the voting public is delay in results.
Right. So the first, about the results, it depends what type of configuration is being used. So kind of leads off your first question as well. Most jurisdictions, this is a choice. No one is forced to vote on the phone or a computer. You can vote the traditional way, which is in person or mail ballot, depending on your jurisdiction. And this is like the third choice. Some jurisdictions in Canada have now moved to this being the only method of voting, but that's rare. Most at least offer you two choices, either a digital system or come and vote in person with paper on election day. So the way the results tallying happens is there's a determination of which is the primary system. If more voters are going to vote on paper versus digitally, then the paper system is the primary, which is the case in the US, all our elections in the US. So then what happens is, come 8 p.m. on election night, clerks do their, closing ceremony, decryption keys. They get the digital results. They actually print out paper ballots because for the US, a paper ballot is required by law. They print those out and put them in the tabulator, and that's a batch, just like a mail ballot batch. That's a separate batch. So it gets added automatically. So it's pretty much instant. If it's the flip side where the digital system is the primary and the paper is just small, which happens in a lot of places in Canada, then the paper ballot system actually sends us the results. We consolidate. Usually it takes about 10 minutes. It's all automated. And within 10 to 15 minutes of the close of the election, you get the results. So either way, it's pretty quick, but it's determining on which is the primary system.
Hi. I have a question regarding the benefits that a country has using the system. I mean, what fraction, for example, in Mexico, what fraction are we spending compare with the actual money that means to use paper and to do all this movement?
Yeah, there's a huge cost saving when you initially introduce a new system like this, right? It's going to be a smaller group of people. So then obviously there's a little extra cost right in the beginning. But once you've gotten a few, I would say more than 5% of the population switched, then it's easy return on investment. On an average, a paper ballot costs an election jurisdiction anywhere from $20 to $45. This is US dollars. Some countries, it's crazy expensive. It's $1,000 per voter, yeah, because of the amount of expense they have to spend, because it's not just paper, it's mailing, it's staff, machines. You add all that up. So with a blockchain-based system, you can actually save 70 to 80% of your cost right off the block. So that's one of the big benefits. The other benefit is it might sound counterintuitive, but it can actually help rebuild trust in the election system. Because all over the world, you are seeing trust has gone down in the traditional voting process, right? So we used to vote on paper, and we were told that it's the safest way to vote, which in some ways it is. But I vote on paper, I put it in a machine. After that, it's gone. I don't know where my ballot is, right? There's no way for me to know that it actually got counted, right? You just have to trust that the machine is good, nobody threw out your ballot. Plus, you can audit it, because you can't find your ballot in a pile of millions of paper. Like, you don't know which one is yours, right? With a digital system, you can keep your ballot secret, but you can see, that is my encrypted ballot. It's there, it was counted. You can calculate the mathematical zero-knowledge proof, which will stand in a court of law to say that this ballot was not tampered with by anybody, us, a hacker, the government, anybody. So those are the benefits. And if more people start doing those audits, which are very hard to do with paper, like there's only limited audits a citizen can do with paper. Here, pretty much every citizen in the country could audit the election. So imagine if 10% of the citizens audited the election and there was no problem, then suddenly trust will go up. So that's the other benefit, which is counterintuitive, but it's actually very, very important. So besides price, this as well.
Another question. Can your system be used like a stockholders like
Proxy
vote?
voting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will be possible economically?
Yes. So when we initially started several years ago, that was one of the areas we thought we would get our early traction, but you can call it good luck or bad luck. Our early traction came with governments. So we kind of didn't have we are a very small team, so we didn't have the bandwidth to focus on corporate and proxy voting. But we have recently started to do that. Just got our first client as well. So there also, like every proxy packet, it's 5 to 6, I'm talking about US, so $5 to $6 per packet, which goes out to the voter. And then if the voter votes, there's another additional charge. With a system like this, you can do a vote for less than $1. So huge savings if you want to save money. Right? A lot of big companies, because they've been doing it that way for several years, they don't care much. But yeah, you can save pretty much 70–80% of your proxy cost as well.
Do you have a policy of who is paying you? I mean, do you have a way to discriminate certain governments that might try to tamper the elections, something like that?
So for us, the voter never pays. It's always free for the voter. It's only the government or the political party. Whoever is organizing the election, they pay us. The election organizer pays us. So one of the things we tell people up front in the contract and even in the first presentation we do is like certain guidelines. If you tell us to do something nefarious, for example, change a vote or change something like who is allowed to vote, change the ballot after the election is live, then please don't use our system because it's the wrong system. Because A, we cannot do it. There's no way to do it. And also it's not something, it's not the reason why we created the system. This is more than a technology for us, it's very personal. It's about, helping save democracy and helping people who can't vote and their voice is not heard. And there are like billions of people all over the world who don't have a voice. And this is perhaps their only voice once in 4–5 years. So we need to save it. It's one of the treasures. So if you want to manipulate an election, there are hundreds of other systems out there. Please go use them. They're cheaper. So that's something we will not sign a contract if anybody wants to do that. And people try. People will offer you money. They will offer you other kinds of threats. But we stay strong because this is a very sensitive space. It's a trust-based space. You screw up one election and then nobody will trust you. So it's the end of the company. So every election for us is like do or die. So very high stress, but it's also very rewarding because every time we complete a successful election, we're like, we defeated the naysayers, we defeated the hackers, and we helped some people vote properly. So that's how I would answer your question.
But the algorithm can be supervised, or the accounting process?
Yeah, it's public. So you can actually download our paper. So it was recently published by Blockchain IEEE. So you can just go here and I can actually show it. So this is the full paper covering the election in Mexico last year. So it has the encryption algorithms, the zero knowledge proofs, because the way the Mexican election ballots are coded is very complex. It's way more complex than other countries. So that has a big impact on encryption, how you do encryption and decryption. So we had to come up with some unique ways. So this paper describes all those things. So yeah, you can, and how the process works, the zero knowledge proofs. So yeah, you can download it and read it, and we always welcome any feedback and criticism. Yeah.
Yeah. In Mexico, votes, national votes or federal, how can you avoid that one person do not vote twice? Let's see, I download the app and I follow the security positions. And then the day of the elections, I go to put my manual vote. That would be a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that was a question I forgot to answer. So in the background, there's a common voter registration system. So there are two ways those checks are implemented. One is a real-time check. So in the US, we have a real-time check, which means as soon as you vote on the phone, the voter registration system gets a signal that you have voted. So then, even like 1 minute after, if you show up at the election office and say, give me my paper ballot, they will look up the poll book and say, hey, you already voted. You can get a paper ballot. Similarly, for the federal election last year in Mexico, voters had to make a choice. You had to choose in advance whether you will vote in a Mexican embassy in, there were many countries around the world. You had to choose, or you will vote from home using your personal device, or you will vote by mail. You had three choices. So you had to make that choice before the election began. So that way, if you chose to vote online, and then you show up at the consulate, they will say, no, you can vote on your phone. Please go out and vote. You don't need to come in. Similarly, if you receive the paper ballot, you try to go to the embassy or try to vote online, it will stop you. So those checks are very important, because otherwise people can vote more than once, and that would cause a big problem. Yeah.
Are you just working by yourself to find new clients, or are there organizations that are sort of actively working on the challenge of getting new states and countries to take advantage of the technology?
Well, it's the former. Yeah, we're pretty much like lone rangers right now. We'd love some help. Most governments who have adopted our system, it's been through word of mouth. Because we are a small company, we don't have money to run ads on TV or Facebook or Instagram. So yeah, if anyone wants to help us, we'd be super, super grateful and love any help and support. Yeah. Thank you. And there's another very interesting thing I missed about the voter registration system. So if you look at elections around the world, there's a lot of talk about fraud happening in elections. Fraud in the voting process is relatively less. Most of the fraud happens in the voter registration system. You can insert voters who are not real people, or people multiple times with different identities. And so one of the things we do is the voter registration system also is protected with the help of our digital ledger. So the advantage of that is, let's say you have an election official. He or she is in charge of maintaining a voter roll in a district. That person has a lot of power, right? A person can remove somebody or add somebody, and sometimes there's not enough check and balance. So with a system like this, removing somebody is not easy, because if they try to remove somebody, a voter will get a push notification on the phone. A third-party auditor will also get a message. So the voter has to confirm, okay, I have left my district, so please remove me from the voter roll because I'm going to a new district. The third-party auditor checks that transaction on the chain and he confirms, okay, the proof is matching, this was a legitimate voter, so the deletion is allowed. Similarly, adding. You have to provide a government-issued ID, photo ID and selfie. Now, how do you make sure the ID is real? Because it's very easy to make fake IDs on the internet, right? So there are oracles. There's an oracle for the DMV, which issues driver's licenses in various jurisdictions. There's Passport Authority, National ID, school IDs. So all those are connected depending on the country. So if you want to add a new voter, you provide an ID, the system will go check, is this a real ID or did you just create a fake one? If it's real, it's approved by the auditor, then you get added. So that's kind of a underappreciated way of minimizing fraud as well, because we always focus on the act of voting, but we also need to protect the voter registration system. And the blockchain has huge advantage there. We used to, early on. So when we did our first set of elections in 2018, we used to use a company called Jumio. The problem we ran over there was because it's a third party, right? Even though in our contract, we required the ability to delete all the data once the verification is complete, because we don't want to store anybody's ID and selfie, right? So they promised, but they never deleted, because they were training their AI systems on that, and eventually the company shut down. So it became a supply chain risk for us and also a reputational risk. So we worked during COVID to recreate the system in-house. So now we don't share any data with any third party, because then we are 100% sure no one has access. It's just our team. Even within our team, a very limited number of people have limited access. And then we can guarantee that data is deleted, it cannot be recovered, and we issue a legal certificate of data destruction. So if you're doing a different use case, maybe a financial use case where you need to do KYC for opening a bank account, maybe there it's okay to use a third party. For something very sensitive as an election, you can't, because then somebody will say, well, you just shared my ID with a third party, how do I trust you? Yeah, so we do everything in-house now. It's actually cheaper. It's so much cheaper. If there are no other questions, thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you again, Nimit, for that. So that was part of our first session, which is titled Innovation in Governance and Accountability. We're going to take about another 20-minute break now until around 12:50. So go ahead, feel free to grab some coffee, some snacks out there. And then we'll be back in this room. The next session focuses on innovation and consumer empowerment. So in the arena, you'll have a push to leave session, which is about a barcode scanner to defund authoritarian regimes that Felix Haas will present on, who's actually a former project owner of the Radical Innovation Summit 2 years ago. And then in here, we'll have Off the Map, the digital solution transforming Brazil's slums, and how Marcelo is using zip codes to give people an online address that they can actually use to fill out government forms and also to receive, packages and mail as well. So we'll see you back in here if you're interested in the Brazil session in about 20 minutes. And if not, the other one will be in the room just next door. So thank you.
Sí, sí, check, check, canal 1, sí. Micro 2, micro 2. Micrófono 2, micro 2, sí. Sí, sí, sí. Sí, check, check. Sí, 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 sí. Sí, sí, micro 3. Sí, sí, micro 4. Sí, check, Micro 5, sí, micro 5, check, sí, ahí está. Ey, check. Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
hola.
Uno, dos. Check.
Hello, guys. My name is Felix, and I'm here to tell you a story about love, about hate, and about a lot of money. This is a very special place for me, and I was here actually as part of the first crypto think tank, Shark Tank, 2 years ago at this very place. And I'm obviously feeling extremely honored to be invited back actually to talk. And it's amazing to see also the groups which are in my position now, and I wish them obviously all the best. In the last 2 years, since that time, a lot has changed in my life. Before that, I was living in Berlin, and I ended up moving. I ended up moving to, oh, my slide goes off. I ended up moving to Kiev, Ukraine. And the way that I can see your faces right now, you're wondering, why on earth would this guy move to Ukraine? Especially Kiev, which is bombed on a constant basis. This here, you can see, this is just the aftermath of a very recent attacks. And just as I was preparing that presentation, my phone sent me alerts to seek shelter in the case that I am where I usually live. I wasn't there, so that didn't really matter. I was here, but it's still, the question still stands. Why would I go? And there's only one answer. There's only one appropriate answer for that. It's obviously love. The girl you can see here on the left, her name is Anna, and she's from Ukraine, and she's also my girlfriend. And she's also incidentally the winner of last year's crypto think tank, Shark Tank, which is obviously awesome. It's very awkward for me, though, because I only managed to come in second when I was competing. So, yeah, you see who's the loser in that relationship. But it's not only the love for her that made me go there, because I went to Ukraine before we started dating. I had a very different kind of love, which is to Ukraine and its people, and very, very specifically to one aspect about them, which is their love of freedom. I challenge you to find me a population of any country in this world right now who is much more intuitively freedom-loving and libertarian than the people of Ukraine. That led me to a different question, though. How do I help, and more importantly, how do I protect the ones that I love from the evil that is Russia? And in the last 2 years, over the last 2 years, I felt a lot of episodes of powerlessness. I remember there was a situation when I was in my car, and we had been delivering drones and night vision scopes to Ukraine. And I don't know if you know, but if you want to get back from Ukraine into the European Union, it takes a lot of time. You wait there in almost endless lines of cars. We waited for 9 hours, and I thought to myself, I was tired. Everyone was tired. And we felt like, oh, man, this isn't working. This isn't, what we're doing right now is good and all, but it's not scaling. And then we thought about something else, which was we could give a lot of money to Ukraine, but why don't we take away some money from Russia? And from that moment of feeling this powerlessness, there came the idea that I'm going to present to you today. The idea, and what came of it, is called Push to Leave. We defund authoritarian regimes using free market principles. I do not know if you know, but many Western companies are still doing business in Russia that generates a lot of tax revenue for the Russian state, which then is used to fund the drones, missiles, and everything that hurts us every day. At the same time that we came up with this idea, we saw something very, very funky across the pond. We realized that consumer power is real. The Americans among you might remember, in mid-2023, there was an ad campaign by Bud Light, by Anheuser-Busch. And for that ad campaign, they picked an influencer who turned out to be not very aligned with the target audience of Bud Light. And what happened afterwards was something which I lived in the US and I was very, very surprised by, actually. That was the closest thing I saw to a conservative uprising. People were boycotting Bud Light, throwing it away. It was not bought at the restaurants and bars. Kid Rock was shooting kegs of Bud Light with his gun. It was madness and very entertaining from our side of the pond. But for Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch, it had very, very interesting consequences. They lost a lot of shareholder value there, and they got knocked down from the #1 beer in America to #4. As a German with a rich beer history, I thought that was obviously valid, but it showed that consumer power is absolutely real. Then the question is, why does it fail on the big issues? Why can Russia still bomb hospitals in Ukraine, like in this picture, and have Western companies still doing business there? The impact of those foreign companies is actually significant. This year alone, the Russian war budget, so that part of their, overall budget, was estimated to be $120 billion US. We estimated the amount of taxes that are paid by foreign companies in Russia to be roughly $20 billion. And here you can see a graph of how many companies actually left the Russian market after the invasion. Which share that had been there before actually left. And you can see that a lot of them, and the most of them, are actually staying. The impact of that is pretty drastic. Keep in mind the number 20 billion. Ask yourself, what would happen if we can just manage to deprive the Russian state of a fifth of that? What would happen if we can deprive them of just $4 billion US? On the right, you can see what kind of machinery that would buy, and if we can deprive them of that, would not buy. When asked the question, would you actually reconsider your purchasing decision if you found out that a company is still doing business in Russia? Most consumers in North America and in Europe actually say, yeah, of course I would. There's obviously some social bias in the answer of that question, but there are many, many people who deeply care. So what holds them back? It's very simple. It's information problems. When you hold a product in your hand in the supermarket, you have no idea which company is this brand owned by. And even if you knew, you would have no idea, okay, what's the status of that company in Russia? When you then try to remember, you basically say, okay, these guys are in Russia, and you are confronted with a situation that it's very fluid. What if these companies actually left in the meantime where you made that? So your preferences are actually wrong. When you think about all those problems, you can see why boycotts become very, very, very difficult. And I don't know about you, but when I shop in the store, it is a very, very, I usually tend not to talk to people, so it's very tough to spread the word at the point of purchase. So spreading the word there is really tough as well. Those were the information problems that are very, very simple for you to understand, because you are consumers every day. But there are also information problems on the side of the companies. Let's say you are a company and you do not know, am I being boycotted? See, there are always, 5 guys on Twitter who's going to tweet at you to stop doing whatever you're doing in that moment. Stop doing X, Y, Z. But for you as a company, it's important to figure out, is this boycott actually impactful? And you have no idea. And even if you found out, okay, this boycott is impactful, how much does it actually cost you? That's the question. You need this information to make an informed business decision on that, because your board is going to ask you that. This is why boycotts are so difficult. And the solution is going to come up in a moment. What I'm going to do in this presentation is actually, if you have questions, ask them right after each section. Because I know when I'm in a 1 hour long presentation, then I'm not gonna, and I have a question for the first section, I'm not gonna remember it in the end maybe. So if you have any questions right now, we're gonna take 1 to 2. If not, I'm just gonna continue, and yeah, that's how it goes. Yes?
So I had a question about the challenges you listed out in the previous slide. I think there's some legal challenge as well. You know, in certain countries, boycotting goods from a certain country is actually made illegal by law.
Yeah.
So that is something also to keep in mind.
I will actually, talk a little bit about that kind of stuff in the following parts. So let's do it then.
Is it possible that we could actually be helping Ukraine by selling certain consumer products to Russia? In other words, soda pop or other things. It lulls the people in Russia into thinking that the status quo still exists. Maybe that gives or imparts an advantage to Ukraine.
There is going to...
You always have, if you withdraw, you have no influence, as long as you're providing some interaction with the country, you still have some influence. What are your thoughts?
There is going to be a section in this presentation, it's actually my favorite section, it's going to be deeper thoughts. And we're going to talk about exactly those issues. So, stay put. All right, so, the solution. How do we actually bridge those information problems? And we came up with the app called Push to Leave. Push to Leave is a barcode scanning app. What it allows you to do is you are in a store and you can just turn around the product, scan the barcode at its back, and that way we inform you about the status of that particular company in Russia. We tell you, are they still a taxpayer, yes or no? We give you additional information about it. When you then find out, is that particular company still there, the switch on your end takes you roughly 1 second. When you do that switch, we assess, okay, how much money is this particular company losing right now? We aggregate that across our users, and we let them know. This way, we have a pressure which is actually informed by numbers on them to leave the Russian market. And if we're successful, the Russian tax revenue is decreased. Here you can see a visual representation of how that goes. You're at the shelf, you pick the product, you scan it with our app, you switch to the competition, business report, negative. That's how it goes. The advantages of that particular process for the consumers are very clear. They have now information and they can now shop according to their values. But there's also a benefit of that for companies. See, many companies actually left the Russian market. And as you can use our app anywhere on this planet, they will be competing against companies that have not left the Russian market. So these companies have done the ethical thing, but they're not being rewarded for it. And there are several reasons for why that is. Many companies actually fear a reputational risk. They do not like to talk about this. And when I first came across this, found this extremely confusing. It's like, hey, you're doing the right thing. Why are you not talking about it? That's a problem with consumers and consumer segments. You basically have three groups. One group is the one that actually really deeply cares about such issues, cares about Ukraine, and they would definitely reward you if they found out that you left the Russian market. The second group are the ones who really do not care. And the third one is the one that they're afraid of. There's a very, very small group which has this reaction that somehow if a company makes a political statement, their shopping experience is tainted by politics. And they basically go along the lines of, hey, keep your politics out of my products that I'm going to buy. I just want to have the Oreos and leave. The problem there is that those companies are very afraid of losing that particular segment. That's what we call they don't have any message control. And this is also where we come in, because if we let our consumers know about the status of those companies, those companies actually know, okay, we have a highly engaged user base due to the fact that they have downloaded the app. They demonstrate that they actually do care about this. So that is good. And moreover, we highlight this to them at the point of sale. It's one thing to talk about corporate behavior at your dinner table, you know, and then you might agree. You might be like, oh, these guys are not really doing the great thing. However, the question is, are you going to act upon that the next time you're in the store? Well, most likely not, because you forgot. Well, we actually give you this information at the point of sale. So you have the product already in your hand, and that is much more powerful. In the country where I'm from, Germany, there's also another other factor here at play. I think this might also be, you know, universal, but companies have a reputational risk when they are open about the misdeeds of their competitors. Consumers don't like that. You know, they basically want them to say, hey, our product is great and not our competition's product is not great. So they actually say, okay, we're not going to talk about those political issues and what our competitors do wrong. Well, for us, that's no issue because they have no connection to what we're saying, right? So they have no reputational risk from negative marketing right there. So I've been talking about our solution now for, I think, a little too long. Let's try it. Here you have 2 QR codes. I would like you to scan those QR codes, depending if you have an iOS or an Android. And what we're going to do now, there's going to be some products which we have prepared. We're going to give them actually to you, and I want you to scan the products. Let's do it this way. All right. So this is one of them. Let me just give it to y'all. Take your time. Take some time. And once you have scanned, you know, the product, like before that, I would like to ask yourself one question. You have it in your hand, the product. Ask 2 questions. One, do you know which company is this brand owned by? That's number 1. And if you know that, is this company still doing business in Russia? Just, you don't have to say it, just wonder if that, just think about those questions. All right. All right. Yes? Yes? Yes, of course. If you have any questions while using it, just let me know. Sorry? Sorry? Yes. Does it work for everybody? Anyone who struggles, just wave at me, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Not the status, right? Correct. Exactly. You could do that. So there's a very important question here coming up. When you scan our product, which is not yet in our database, we probably have coverage of the major brands of this world, but we have, for example, not built this for the Mexican market, obviously. So if you have a product there, which is not yet in our database, we allow you to basically, if you have some information, just report it to us and then we will update it. That's a very important thing that came up there because it allows us, obviously, to give way better coverage in the future. All right, so you guys keep scanning. Just, Yes. Good question. What about online shopping? It's very funny because we actually started out wanting to program a browser extension. So that is a thing which we will expand to very, very soon. We just realized that the volume of online shopping for those particular kind of goods is surprisingly low. And we had to pivot, actually, to the barcode scanning because the volume of shopping is just still offline. Yeah, but it's coming. Like, because we can talk about this later because it's a rabbit hole, but it's actually like it gives us much more opportunity and much more clear data to do this online rather than offline. So yeah, great question though. Okay, so now I have to find the clicker again. Perfect. Yeah.
So, have you had any companies respond at all yet?
Yeah, of course. We're going to come to that. Okay. Yeah. So, question was, did we have companies respond? That's going to come up in the later part of this talk. Actually, now, our impact. So, let's see what happened in the last 2 years. We demonstrated good product market fit. Across the globe, we have 35,000 users, and that is growing. I also was very unaware on how to benchmark this, but apparently 98% of apps never make it to that point. So I think that is actually pretty good in terms of product market fit. What we achieved is 1.6 million scans. What does that mean? That means that using the app, going through the process that you just did, we informed customers of the status of companies 1.6 million times at the point of sale. That means that you can assume that there's a lot of switches from an unethical company to an ethical company taken place. We're currently operating in 6 different languages, and our main markets are in Northern and Eastern Europe. Okay, so here you can also see me, national newspaper writing about our story. But I can hear you already asking the question, okay, Felix, it's all cool and all if people are scanning. It's very good if people are shopping according to their values. That gives them kind of a feeling, of accomplishment. But what is the actual impact of this? And I have to tell you, it is actually very tough to quantify. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to quantify it using a case study. The case study is Unilever. Unilever is a very, very interesting company in this regard because it is one of the last major companies to leave the Russian market. Why is that interesting? Because when you look at which companies left the Russian market, you can see a pattern. The first big wave was directly after the Russian invasion. These were companies who felt either that they have to do the right thing, that they had, feared reputational damage, all these kind of things. And the one thing that they had in common is that they did not have any data on how Western consumers might respond to this. They just went, right? So it would be very, very dubious of me to claim any responsibility in those companies' decisions because we simply had no play in that. But there was a time when the companies had the data. See, Push to Leave is part of an organization or a network of organizations called B for Ukraine, Business for Ukraine. Through them, we approach companies and try to convince them to leave the Russian market. And our pitch usually goes something along those lines. Dear Unilever, we got numbers that you're losing this much in your main markets. At this point in time, you're not get any money out of your Russian markets. Number one, because the Russians block you from getting the profits out, and there are also international capital controls. So your bottom line, you're bleeding money right now. And it's only going to get worse. This year we're going to have 35,000 users. Next year we expect double that. So it's going to get only worse. On the other hand, the Russian government is also not going to be too polite to you. Because the longer you stay, number one, you make yourself a slave of that government. Number two, the risk of expropriation for you goes up, because there's currently a development in which Russia has become way more hostile towards European nations, and European companies in particular are having a very, very increased risk of expropriation, having their assets seized. And that was a pitch which was successful. They were actually, fairly open. Some companies are not very open. Some people basically just tell us, to not contact them again. We still do, because we think they should know. But Unilever actually has been, pretty open in our communication with Before Ukraine, and thus, with us. And in October 2024, they left. But what does that mean? So previously, they have been paying taxes, $330 million annually in Russia. According to our calculations, that means roughly 100 million a year, which the Russian government now does not have to buy those missiles and drones. And you wonder, okay, why is it not the full 330 million? I wish it was, but the way it works is they sell their assets to people within Russia, and then they operate those assets. And that also, generates tax income for the Russian government. Usually those people are cronies of the Kremlin. Those are criminals, and those are not businessmen, so they lack usually the efficiency of running such a company. And also the brand equity of Unilever falls flat. So those assets lose a lot of value, and thus the tax revenue loses a lot of value. So a very, very conservative estimate of that particular move is $100 million annually that the Russian government does not have anymore, just because we made them leave. Let's go back a little bit. Here. Take those numbers and divide by 40. Now we have a picture, especially when you go down to, for example, to the drones here. Now you have a picture of how much impact that is. Do you have any questions before we go to the deeper thoughts?
In order for you to know, okay, so this scan evidently told them it was a unethical company?
Yeah, so what we're doing right now, we use estimates right there. We have to find a proper way to verify purchases or non-purchases, right? That's the biggest question for us. And we figured, okay, if we ask them, what good would that be either? Because you also can game that system in responding like this. We're currently working on more sophisticated ways of doing that. We've been kind of playing around with the idea of just having, asking them, and we're probably going to introduce that very soon. But there's some advantages and disadvantages of that, yeah. But that's the name of the game. And this is also, interestingly enough, the question there was what to do with online purchases. Their verification is extremely easy because you can use affiliate links and stuff like this, right? So that's what we're looking at, yeah. Good question.
All right, thanks. Super impressed. Really, really good job. One thing, so we did have, my name is Luis, by the way. I'm Colombian Hungarian, but in Hungary, 10 years ago, we started an app, very similar. It was called Noligarch, and it was basically mapping which restaurants or which places were owned by oligarchs affiliated to Orban, to the government, so people didn't go. And one thing that we realized was that we were having a very good spam to actually get the people to download the app, to use it for a week, but then not to retain it.
That's right.
And I don't know if that's something that has been similar to you guys, because now in Brussels, I know that some parts associated to the socialist parties in they're doing something similar to boycott products coming from Israel, right?
Yep.
They do have a better retention rate just because they do have more discipline towards the boycott, where liberals and libertarians, we question, we're like, well, you know, the market. So I wonder there about your retention rates and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're making great points. This is a big problem. We suffer from the fact that our users are too smart. They memorize stuff. And the issue with that is that obviously, it keeps us from quantifying it, in a proper way. And what is even worse is that they do not update their preferences, right? So that makes rewarding ethical behavior on the corporate side a lot tougher. And we are currently, there's going to be a section coming up on what we're going to do to combat that, right? You made a good point about those other apps. Retention is always low, and I would actually argue with you that even the app that is called, I think, No Thanks, it is, basically taking the list of the boycott, divest, sanctions movement against Israel and putting it into an app. I would actually challenge that they have a better retention rate. They have much more users because they have other ways of doing it. They have been around for longer, and I can comment in private on why they're so successful, I guess, but they have an issue because their data set is absolute crap. Like, they don't have any clear standards. Example, like, we have the obviously clear standard of, is this company a taxpayer in Russia, yes or no? Why is this important? Because Russian tax revenue funds war. Easy. They have a data set which is very thinly veiled anti-Semitism. What they do is, I went through their data sets, and they have also a little bit of a justification for why this particular company is there. And I came across an example on why they should be boycotted. Is one of the 3 co-founders of this company at one point in time donated $500 to a startup competition in Tel Aviv. I mean, right? It is also, the question is, what can the company do to remedy that? Nothing. Co-founder can die. I don't know. I don't know if that would help. So it's very important to have a clear standard there. So that's a very important point, a little bit of a tangent, actually. All right, any more questions on that particular section?
Hi, one idea that might close the loop on the verification and also the retention. If you had if I'm doing this scanning and I'm making a decision, I'm kind of fired up, I'm ready for additional action, you could have a button to let me post at the company, like, hey, Unilever, I'm buying you because I saw you're out of Russia, or vice versa. Even the negative would probably be more entertaining, but that could be another way that would be easier to implement, maybe.
That's right. Can we hire you? No, there's gonna be a section of what we're gonna do. That's right? Okay, let's talk about the deeper thoughts. This is actually the section which is very new to me, and I like the best because no one actually asked me to have a 1-hour presentation about this, usually like 15 minutes. But let's talk about the philosophy behind it. Let me start that with a quote by Ludwig von Mises. It is in vain to fight totalitarianism by adopting totalitarian methods. Freedom can only be won by men unconditionally committed to the principles of freedom. And that particular quote has been very, very important to us. And it leads us to a question, especially when it comes to defunding dictators. A lot of dictators have very different, very varied income streams. For example, if you look at the case of Russia, or if you look at the case of Venezuela, they make a lot of their money by selling natural gas and oil. So how do we deal with that? For that, I would like to preface something before I go into this discussion. I support wholeheartedly every sanction against Russian natural gas and oil. In my opinion, we should sanction the ever-living hell out of them. That being said, sanctions are government actions. And sanctions suffer from the same incentive problems and inefficiencies that every single government action suffers from. For example, sanctions have a single point of failure. Bitcoiners in the room? What, you know, single point of attack and single point of failure, very, very familiar concept to you guys. Because if you have a sanction, only a very few, like very small amount of people actually decide if that particular sanction is going to be leveled against a country or if it's going to be lifted from a country. So if I'm a leader or a decision maker in those regimes, I find out who is going to be responsible for the sanctions of a particular country against mine, and I'm going to approach them. I'm going to offer them money, I'm going to blackmail them, I'm going to do all the tricks in the book to get that sanction lifted. Let's make a little thought experiment. Let's say the US has very, very good reason to level a sanction against the country of Qatar. Qatar recently announced that they would like to gift a jet, which is actually there in the picture, to Donald Trump personally. And Donald Trump said, well, I'm very open to that. That's very nice. It's a cool jet. It's a really cool jet. But would you actually think that Donald Trump would now level that sanction against Qatar? I would not think so. And this is the problem with government-run sanctions. I think there is a place for them, but they suffer from this. Another thing are carve-outs. And South America, you know, you guys are very familiar with the situation there. Recently, it has been, you know, contemplated to lifting some parts of the sanctions against Venezuela to allow Chevron to drill for oil there. If I'm special interest, it's not only that I'm from the sanctioned country, it's when I'm special interest and I have special interest in that country, I'm gonna know who to approach in Washington. And I'm gonna approach them. That's not gonna happen with us, because try approaching, first of all, identifying all of our users and then knocking on their doors or sending them some email and like, please, please, start buying Pepsi again. That's not gonna happen, right? Our app is freedom driven by design. We do not tell you what to do. And as a matter of fact, we know how hard it is to adjust your purchasing decisions. We're not going to make the point of saying, hey, you're a bad consumer, you have blood on your hands if you buy Oreos. What we give you is we give you information. And this particular process, together with our distributed nature, gives us resilience. And to be honest, a great share of us here in the room are libertarians. This kind of an approach is morally superior to state coercion. And this is why we have this approach and not the heavy-handed sanctions approach. Let's talk about our values. I hope that you now can realize how much we're grounded in the ideas of liberty. When I talk to libertarians about boycotts, a lot of them basically associate that with, isn't that what lefties do? We're not like them. But those boycotts and free market action are actually one of the most powerful tools that we have to drive change in a freedom-loving way, because we respect individual freedom. We think that voluntary exchange is the basis of how our societies function, and that we have to decentralize power and get transparency out there. I always say that the market potential for messing with dictators is huge. Number one, because there are so many of them. And, you know, for example, we have been, in the last 10 years, we've been drifting towards more and more unfreedom in this world. The share of people who live under authoritarians and dictators has increased drastically over the last 10 years. And it's not like they are, quote unquote, peacefully sitting in their countries. They are coming for us. They do this by disinformation campaigns, they hack our infrastructure, they fly drones into our countries without having declared war. Yesterday, a lot of, some drones hit Poland, which is not in war with Russia. They do it anyway to test our alliance. They have their ways, you know. And it's not only that, but they are spending much more money on it than we do. As a share of GDP, authoritarians are spending 3 times more on military and destabilization efforts. And in Ukraine, where we have been bombed for the last 3 years, we had a situation which was extremely confusing. There are missiles launched at us, and we cannot shoot the launching sites because they are located in Russia, and the US government or other governments which provided us those weapons said no US weapons are gonna hit them, hit the Russian territory. And we used to say, well, you want us to catch all the arrows, but you don't allow us to go after the archer. And I think that particular picture can be expanded in our freedom fight against authoritarians, because freedom must go on offense now. It's way too late. Any questions?
If you have any information about the impact of your activities on the users, on the Russian citizens.
On the Russian citizens, right. Okay, I'm gonna say a couple of things which might sound controversial to someone who is not living right next to Russia. Number one, that's not the controversial part, but when we talk about 100 million in the context of the Russian revenue, the potential of that to decrease the standard of living of the Russian citizens is probably not going to be great enough, you know, if you worry about them. Number two, and this is kind of the red pill moment for some of you. We have polls in Russia, which are not the manufactured polls that they like to do, but it's actually good polls, which show that there is a large-scale support of this particular war. I might be biased because I'm being bombed, but my sympathy for them is fairly limited. And even if we say, okay, we're going to deprive them of that money, maybe social services at one point in time are not going to be provided. We have $120 billion in military budget. They can figure that out with their own governments before they start blaming us on why they're not getting their paychecks. They have their own things to take care of.
I was thinking more on the strategical side, like when I go to the supermarket, I'm a Russian citizen, I go to the supermarket and I can't see Dove there anymore. So then I start to find strange, right? Like, oh, why is not here? So I was thinking even like more positive way. It's like, okay, what's going on? So it's kind of an alert like from the impact of your activity.
I understand that completely. We understand that was actually one of our notions in the beginning, right? We were like, hey, we were empathetic about it. And it's like, hey, they might actually understand that, they have to push for change in their own country. We have been doing this for 2 years now. I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like this is how they work. And it also doesn't seem how they have been thinking historically. So this is also a great question, actually. This is why we do not rely on them changing anything domestically, but just try to limit the amount of damage that the Russian regime can do. I think it's common. All right.
Right after you do the online shopping vision for me, will you do a Venezuela one?
Absolutely. Next part is going to be that. Our vision. Let's talk about the vision. What's next for us? We talked about a lot of the problems in terms of, not a lot of problems, but like some issues with retention and user experience. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get smart recommendations in there. So if you, for example, scan a chocolate bar, we're going to give you another chocolate bar, which is non-tainted. That keeps you from scanning a lot of products. Also makes it easier for you to do that, and also gives us a great, source of market intel for the companies that are now benefiting from it. We're going to do impact tracking. You mentioned that impact tracking is a very important. What we're going to do is we're going to introduce an account feature where you can have a personal account and you can track how much money am I depriving those companies of every single month. And that allows you to not only keep track of your stuff, but compete with your friends. We're very social beings, and boycotts have a large social component. So what we're going to do is we're going to allow social buying and leaderboards. Imagine fantasy football, but for defunding dictators. And you're going to be competing with your friends on who's screwing over dictators the most. That's going to be very fun. I hope, once it comes out, we have many league leaders here. And we're going to onboard, most importantly, new issues. Venezuela is one of them. Another one is forced labor. The Human Rights Foundation has a great data set on the use of slave labor in the textile industry, mainly in China. And since they're also a grant giver of a small grant for us, we would love to expand that partnership and get the online data set, which they're currently operating, to the offline world. That was the features that we talked about. Let's talk about the vision. What we actually want this app to be is a non-stop shop for ethical consumption. We want you guys as the users to know that when you use our app, you can be very, very sure that you are shopping according to your values. This is why we want to become an app platform for those topics. And you can then go ahead and out of a catalog of 10 to 20 issues, you pick the issue that is the most important to you, or a couple of issues, and we check them simultaneously. So if a green light comes up through our app, you know that all the issues that you selected are taken care of. This is how we build, the trust across issues, and that can be anything, right? Funnily enough, Venezuela and forced labor is on there because we thought about that directly, but it could also be something like animal rights. Which company does use animal experiments in their production processes, in their research? That is something that some people really deeply care about, and we want to also enable those people to make that change and to use the mechanism of a boycott together with us giving them a voice. You want the consumers to know when you shop with us, you have a clear conscience. That's the vision for our app. But what is the vision for the world? Our ultimate vision is for freedom fighters of the world to unite. No matter where you are, you can fight for freedom. Free people standing together, from Mexico City to Kiev, not united by our passports, but for our love for freedom and our hate of tyranny. This is the new resistance. It is decentralized, peaceful, and eventually unstoppable. Let's build a world where every single checkout is a blow to oppression. And if you would like to join me on the path to that vision, I would love to talk to you. I would love to talk to you about how we can build the data sets together, how we can spread the word about everything. There's a lot of things that need to be done in order to reach this vision, and I invite you to join us. Please meet me afterwards. I'm here all day and tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Any questions so far? And then we're gonna wrap it up. Also, this time, any questions would work. I haven't answered your question. God. Yeah.
One thing I really like about push to leave is that when I used it, it gives you a lot of information.
Yeah.
And it lets you make a more fully informed decision. And I think of the Fully Informed Jury Association, where they provide information to jurors about jury nullification, for example.
Yeah.
And your app, I can imagine, fully informs the consumer. So you can decide, Mr. Consumer, here's the data.
Yeah.
And so I really like that aspect of your app. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That has been very important to us because it's all about trust. They need to trust us. And the way that we have to do this is we have to give them transparency over the information. If it's just like, oh, Felix said company bad, that's not going to work, right? So that's how we're going to approach it also in the future. And this is also a standard which we have to live by for every single data set we're going to onboard to the platform. But I haven't answered your question about, is it actually good or bad for companies to still be in Russia, because we lose the impact that we could have on them once those companies and those economic, let's say, connections go away, right? That was basically the question, right?
One aspect, it seems to me, of that question is what alternatives will people end up using if you leave the Russian market? And probably they'll end up using Russian products and services,
yeah,
at least eventually. So does that help or hurt? It's a tough call, it seems to me, and it's not at all definite that you're benefiting. Once you've left, you can't threaten to leave because you've already left. And the threat of leaving, it seems to me, gives you some power and influence.
There's one thing about the threat.
If you choose to use it.
That's right. There's one thing about the threat of leaving. You got to leave if it's going to be a credible threat. And that, and you have to see what Russia has been up to. How much more do we want to allow before we make that decision to leave? And for those companies who are still there, they are not responding to the moral question of it. Pepsi doesn't care how many children's hospitals are bombed. They don't. Like they had 3 years to demonstrate that. So the threat of them leaving is empty because everyone knows they're not going to do it. And for that particular reason, we do not expect any change in behavior. That's one thing. The question is like, what products are they going to use? Russian products. They suck. So have fun with that. Like, this is also, like, there is, to your question, actually, there's a status connected to this. There's a status connected to using Western products. I think that Americans are, and also Germans, are not aware of the full impact of this, but this is actually, standing for a lifestyle. And again, coming back to my level of sympathy for those people, not much. So that is something which we hope could drive change, but we're not going to hold our breath until they do. I hope this answers your question. We can talk about this later, but like, also I am fully aware that my opinions seem a little bit more on the harsher side. We're within this room, right? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Felix. And first, congratulations on your project and the energy you share when telling the project.
Thank you.
I'm originally from Venezuela, so a lot of things that you mentioned are appealing to me, right? But one of the questions I would have is, I think it's different, the different regimes that we have, authoritarian regimes, because maybe when you talk about specific products like these ones with code bars, you can target maybe Chinese companies that are more integrated in the value chain as a whole, the production chain of different products. But when we talk about Venezuela or Russia or oil producers, countries mostly, we tend to see that most of the income of those regimes is not being participating in the value chain of production. It's more based on natural resources, in debt, at the end, sovereign debt. So have you considered, what's the percentage of income that this represents to regimes compared to what it represents sovereign debt and investments from the private sector in those kind of bonds?
That's a great question. And it's a great question. So let me first answer what share of Russia, of the 20 billion that we've been talking about, what share does that constitute of the overall Russian budget, right? The Russian war budget is 1/3 of their overall budget, which is pretty crazy. So you have a total budget of roughly 360 billion. Then you look at the 20 billion, and you see, okay, like on the face of it, the impact is not that much. We're under no illusion that we're going to topple the government of Russia by doing this. What we are doing is we are depriving them of resources that they can send our way. That is what we're trying to do. This our let's say our standard to which we hold ourselves is not regime change. That's how it goes. And the second part of that is deciding on where to go, right? There are only a couple of countries which actually make sense for our app, right? For example, if we want to, for whatever reason, target democracies which do not really intervene in their own economy for the most part, the impact of us boycotting those companies is fairly low, very, very low. So that's couple of great questions, and this is also why we have to, when we construct our data sets, look at what is the mechanistic way of doing this, right? Is there, for example, for great example, Iran. Iran has been isolated quite a bit. So there you don't go for, maybe the impact on budget is not the right way of doing things. For example, my friends in Iran tell me that the rubber bullets they use to shoot the protesters, for example, Western made. Well, that kind of information is not available in the West right now. So let's make that available. So we have to find different ways always, right? We're done. Okay, thank you so much. You'll find me here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Felix. A lot of great questions for Felix. If you want to learn more about the app, download it yourself. I'm a user myself, so I can advocate for it. So right now, we're going to break for lunch. To get to the lunchroom, you're going to go through these doors and towards the back, sort of by the, I guess in that back corner. And we'll have about an hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and then we'll be back to go through our next session, which is about innovation in advocacy and culture. Terry and Matt Kibbe from Free the People will be in the arena talking about their stories of innovation. And then in here, we'll have Tomek, who will be talking about the various interesting ways he's done advocacy in Poland. So we'll see you back here in an hour and 15 minutes, and enjoy your lunch.
have designed this speaker to amplify my thoughts so people will quit asking me for sandwiches. That should work, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, Space Ghost.
Go ahead,
My
Mozart.
show was...
Sure I didn't harness the power of the sun?
No, it's definitely sticks. Beaten with sticks.
All right, go get 'em. How's it going, man? Ow! No! Ow! Ow! Not there! Ow! Ow!
Are you still here?
Welcome to the program.
I'm sorry. I thought the show was over.
It started?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Well, this is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every day, once a day, give yourself a present. Don't plan it, don't wait for it, just let it happen. It could be a new shirt at the men's store, a cat nap in your office chair, or 2 cups of good, hot, black coffee. Like this. A present. Like Christmas. Oh, man, that is the spot. Nothing like a great cup of black coffee.
Hey, sí. Wait a moment, please.
Hey guys, but let's start with a video. So that was the clip from the Anatomy of Bitcoin. The applause goes to the team. That's open source movie that I promote any time I can. So that's why we did it, but I will also come later to that, to Bitcoin films. All right. Thank you, Atlas and Universidad de Libertad for invite. Very pleased to be here. My name is Tomek, and I can say that, well, that's how my career at least looked like, that I'm a professional freedom activist. So I will share some insights with you, and maybe some lessons, maybe some inspirations. Anyone else here who identifies themselves as an activist? Hands up, quick audience check. 1, 2, 3, okay, few, all right, we got some students, all right, entrepreneurs, all right, and who is happy with what they are doing? All right, also majority, that's great, that's great. But for those of you that maybe didn't raise their hand, let my journey be a small inspiration, because I also had my doubts and had my feeling burned out in being an activist. So maybe this will be also some overview of examples how advancing of liberty can take many forms. Also, I will be bragging a bit about liberty movement in Poland. It's not a success story. Maybe you hear good things about Poland, but it's not a success story. It's just a story. I myself consider myself a radical liberal, maybe libertarian, somehow libertarian. This is Radical Innovation Summit, so I guess it fits. Any libertarians here? All right, also almost, okay, almost majority, great. But I guess also like myself, we were not born like this. We were not always libertarians. We had some inspirations or influences. You know, people say that most of people, they don't change their basic worldview. after their 20s. There is actually a research that says that core worldview of people shapes and stabilizes in early adulthood, between 15 years old and 20 years old. It's called impressionable years hypothesis. Think about your young years. Probably you also have some, I don't know, book that somehow shaped you, some life experience, maybe some person. For me, when I was 10 years old, when I was in train going to Warsaw from my village with my mom, I saw a sticker in a toilet. It was presenting a kind of a comic, but it was a face of a guy, and it was crossed with a flamaster. It was somehow like fascinated me because the guy seemed powerful and somebody for sure didn't like him. It was Che Guevara. I don't say that my mom, of course, told me that later, so I checked in the encyclopedia who was he. I'm not saying that this influenced me. I'm not socialist or communist, but I'm saying that it's usually not schools, NGOs, or data report statistics that nudges us, that triggers our curiosity, but it's most often it is usually environment or art. Coming back earlier, my kind of inspirations were Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer, for their adventurous spirit, natural independence and self-reliance. Even when things went wrong, they had playful attitudes towards life. They embodied spirit of curiosity, courage, self-reliance. The other, do you recognize this guy? It's very European. Tintin. He represented, now I can say this, but I know that I liked it when I was even a kid. This individual courage against authority. He was fighting with a bed, not waiting for the system to help. He shows how individuals, through integrity and action, can stand against tyranny and keep the truth alive. And other Europeans, you know them? Asterix and Obelix. For me, they symbolize resistance to empire. Watching this tiny village stand against a firm, vast Roman Empire showed that even the smallest community can preserve its way of life against overwhelming power. And they also, at the end, whatever happened, at the end they always had party. At the end of every episode, they always had fun. So life in the village was free, communal, and fun. But later, do you recognize this one? When I was a kid, I was a bit surprised. I was watching this in TV and I was surprised, why is it 10 p.m. and why this cartoon is scary? But I remember the title, Animal Farm. And well, like previous examples, right, they didn't shape my political views, but somehow I believe they shaped my spirit. And probably also you can refer to similar example of yours. These next examples, I think they kind of triggered me to check more. So I was never so excited to take a book than when I had Animal Farm in high school, because of this cartoon. And this is actually, some sociologists call it cultural priming, what was happening with the Tintin and Asterix and Obelix. So this was Animal Farm. Then also I feel that myself as culturally primed as pacifist and anti-system by Pink Floyd. Yes, that's from the movie The Wall, by their album. As it was very pacifistic and anti-systematic, maybe not very capitalistic in a sense, but I didn't kind of understand it yet. But yes, I was culturally primed. But eventually, when I was already like coming to my adulthood, probably the biggest influence on me had who? Ayn Rand. And also, she did it through art. And she even said that she is writing art for the goal of her writing was to embody and present a moral hero so people could be inspired by it. Also, smuggling some philosophical ideas. It was inspiring for me, especially this idea of community of good and productive people to give up on sacrificing their life to parasites, how they were called, and living happily somewhere else, not joining the system, not fighting with the system. So it wasn't the knowledge of history, economy, or political philosophy that nudged me to explore foundations of liberty, but art. Art speaks stronger because it bypasses rational defenses and makes you feel before you think. Well, at least that's where I come from. So later, of course, I consumed more of such art, fascinated by ideas of anti-utopia and individuals standing against oppressive system, V for Vendetta, Matrix, King Rat, Aldous Huxley, and Brave New World. So around being 18, I started being active, cared about elections, participating in some political demonstrations, ACTA. There was like ACTA, ACTA 2. I don't know even what happened with that then. And did what many people did back then when they wanted to take care of some topic. I started a fan page. And the fan page was Objectivism.pl, a center for people interested in Ayn Rand philosophy. In 2013, then, Facebook recommended to me an event, the European Students for Liberty conference. It was in Belgium. The tickets for the event was just 20 euros, and the flight to Belgium was just 19 euros. I stayed with couch surfing, so accommodation was for free. I could, as a student, afford it. So I went there. It was my first encounter with libertarian movement. I met people, like-minded people, economists, goldbacks. I saw multiple lectures, debates. They had stickers similar to the Che Guevara ones, but they had like Mises and Rothbard. I came back to Poland and I started to do what I knew the libertarian movement was doing. Other lectures, blog posts, stickers, campaigns. I met Polish libertarian movement, which was kind of nascent then. It was the time of, I would call these times, end the Fed. The times of rebel, protest, reaction, opposition. This campaign was popular also in Poland, even later. Edward Snowden, whistleblowing, free Assange, taxation is theft. The movement was kind of defined by what we disliked, what we were against big government, high taxes, regulations, border control, right? Taxation is theft. It wasn't that much about what we were building, well, because as students we are not building much. So of course, once you become somehow active and vocal about your beliefs, there will be some voices questioning that. If they came from the opposite side, well, great, we loved debates. Liberty was the argument, freedom, individual rights were our favorite arguments, and actually we loved arguing. But sometimes voice came from within. Like-minded people, maybe somebody who already grew out of libertarianism, so these voices tasted a bit differently. And one question stayed with me for long. Did you repeal any taxes? Any of your stickers, meetups, conferences? Did you deregulate anything? My answer to that was that, well, politics is a downstream of ideas, and we need to educate society, educate influencers. Eventually, we will raise generation of academics, philosophers. Eventually, people will vote politicians, and politicians will bring us freedom. We need, even like if every single sticker will not change the government, but every social movement needs some subculture, stickers, meetups, conferences. So that was my answer. Another cynic told me that, you know what, the most efficient way to be free is to make money. If you define freedom as the scope of possible actions that you can do, well, making money, having money, basically increases your freedom in the most efficient way. Well, I was never good with money, I was never good with taxes, so I just doubled down on the things that I was doing, and from being active, I became activist. So we did a lot of stickers. I think I have the largest collection of libertarian stickers. I did 50 or even more original designs, more than a few thousand distributed, on trains, streets, books, given to friends. So our slogans were visible everywhere. We also did some graffiti with friends. There is like a Polish Banksy. Join our little group of libertarians. We did like a huge Bitcoin on a street entrance to Warsaw. Maybe it didn't repeal any taxes, but I hope that many people passing by, they saw the message. They were not told, hey, in a school, you need to check Bitcoin. But if you see on your way, it's being normalized. Maybe through osmosis, they are nudged and triggered to check more. Meetups. We organized over maybe 200 events. I really loved doing Photoshop graphics, cover graphics for events. The events were on Facebook. Meetups with politicians, with philosophers, topics about love, about how society functions in pandemic, how the environment can be fixed by a free market, shows with various podcasters or influencers, philosophy meetups. Very often we had like famous guests talking about their books. We organized them in Warsaw or online in our little headquarters, Lawrence Street, so you might recognize some of them. Talked about international relations, meeting friends from various countries. This is actually, we also partnered with translation of Bitcoin books. This is our logo of Centrum of Capitalism. We helped with, I think, 6 books already, Bitcoin books to be brought to Poland. And Objektywism.pl, the fan page, grew. It had like 3,000 likes, posts almost every day. We had a website. At the peak, we had like hundreds visits a day with various authors and multiple blog posts. Weekend seminars, philosophy seminars. We were traveling to other events. We organized John Galt School. We also had a weekly column in one of the biggest Polish newspapers for like around maybe 4 months. We visited other conferences with merch, so we produced like caps, t-shirts, soccer t-shirts, postcards, right? We wrote lots of articles and lots of events, right? Events are kind of my thing. Wine Rand was there. So Objektywism.pl grew, and eventually at one of the events we organized in my university, we organized a debate, capitalism versus socialism. It exceeded our expectations. Some TV came, they streamed it. There was like many guests came, and it was kind of first the big success of us as an activist movement. So eventually, this was a kind of a foundational moment for the NGO Center of Capitalism that I founded with friends. And this is, I'm very proud of this logo that we designed. It's like, Ayn Rand had this dollar, and this is like 2 hands, either helping each other or maybe before a handshake. And also the word game, dobro, wolność, kapitalizm. Dobro means good, wolność means freedom, but together dobro, wolność means actually voluntarism. So it's also a nice word game. And the flagship project of Center of Capitalism was the Weekend of Capitalism, the biggest conference for libertarians in Poland, with awards for the best libertarians. We had 5 editions. Over 1,000 people came in total. Like everybody who was into free market or capitalism somehow eventually went to one of those events. The last one was 2 years ago. Maybe we will do one next year. People are asking when Weekend of Capitalism is back, but I'm not sure about that. We had also. That's important, right? You need to have some T-shirts and women. We also had our Shark Tank, 10,000 zloty was like 3,000 dollars. We also had concerts, which was unusual for this type of conferences. The Managers, very capitalistic name for the band. The previous was Autonomia. Also, ideologically somehow aligned songs. We kind of tried to make it cultural movement. Eventually, the next step was together with Warsaw Enterprise Institute, and I believe somebody from them, it's not here, okay. You're there, together with Warsaw Enterprise Institute. In the center of Warsaw, we opened a bar. It's called Freedom Lounge. So after a few months of sorry, okay, it should automatically go. After a few months of constructions, right in the center of Warsaw, and it's actually, what's funny, it is located in the old communist house, so the main center of communist government from 50s to 80s in Poland. And it's now one of the most occupied locations in Warsaw. It's called Freedom Lounge. The Wi-Fi password is taxation is theft. There are drinks like free market drink, Jean Galt. So people ask, what is Jean Galt instead of who is John Galt? Multiple events are happening there. Stand-up comedies, concerts, DJ nights. We also had like computer game tournaments. Anytime if you come to Warsaw, you should Google Freedom Lounge and give 5 stars. But it's a good place if you go there, it's almost certain that you will meet other libertarians there, because this is our headquarters. Multiple events, like probably a few a day, podcasts, various meetings with politicians. I'm not anymore with the project, but it's still there and very successful. So at that time, it was like 2015, 2020, Poland had quite strong libertarian movement. Many NGOs, we had some libertarian politicians, journalists, many Facebook groups. It was the center of discussion for Polish libertarianism. And when I was going to next editions of Students for Liberty conference, because I was trying to go every year, I was proud. It was not my credit at all. It's thanks to these friends as well. I think it was kind of a generational moment for Polish liberty movement. But I started to feel a bit burned out. It was a closed group of people. For the 5 editions of Weekend of Capitalism, I found that, yes, that's great, but we have like those 200 libertarians, but it's always the same 200 people, same faces. I was a bit disappointed that we didn't touch, I tried to, but we didn't touch really freedom topics. We were discussing what politicians said, what Menger argued about, or how Hayek should be translated, but people were not asking. There was never, I think nobody ever asked there, how can I get a second passport? How do I actually avoid taxes? I kind of missed that. Liberty was argument, not a way of living. There was no new people. We lost youngsters. We lost connection to them. We were not students anymore, so we didn't have the students' friends to like bring our circles to. We kind of couldn't speak their language. It was not anymore that today it's not anymore for youngsters to read those books. We need to know how to use TikTok probably, and I don't know how to use TikTok. And also, since I was not student anymore, it raised some career doubts for me. Should I stay professional activist, especially if I'm not sure if I liked it anymore. It doesn't also pay that well. Am I gonna stay in this environment? Did I develop any hard skills? And also, after all these years of work, it's not only my years of work, but all of the previous, where is this freedom? What were the effects? Poland affected the most illiberal government in modern history. Rise of nationalism, rise of corrupting welfare. It's not just Poland, but I guess around the world we can see this, observe these effects. Lockdowns, growing authoritarianism everywhere. We had some members of parliament who were our friends from previous libertarian associations, but they couldn't do any change. Either they had to go for compromise to do anything, but there was no effect to that. Okay. I think that society just changes a bit too slow compared to, the ideas in society change a bit too slow compared to how the society changes through technology. We can wait and educate people and do the stickers and do the seminars, and years of work can vanish because virus comes, or some charismatic leader comes, or war. But it's not hard to notice that technology is actually improving society much stronger and quicker than all of the NGOs combined probably. And somehow it was not discussed in our libertarian circles. That's why I'm even more than happy to see that this is happening, that we have Innovation Summit and that there is such school. as I said, technology expanded freedom more than all of these NGOs combined. It was because of Facebook, Weezer, and Couchsurfing that I was able to go to the Students for Liberty conference. Even Bitcoin, which for me at the time started becoming the main topic of my activism and the vehicle that I saw brings the freedom most efficiently, was ignored by movement. I think I'm disappointed that it is still a bit. I just lost hope in classic activism action or political action at that time. Or maybe I just was disappointed. So I realized that kind of fixing that crisis, that if potential effects are so distant and negligible, maybe I should at least have some fun, like the guys in Asterix Village. So our meetups started taking different form. Is it coming? We had airsoft gun fights for freedom. We started a theater, improv theater, then we called it Lesse Theater. We tried to translate one play by Ayn Rand, and we were meeting for over a year. Eventually, we didn't exhibit anything, but it was an interesting experience. We were going to swim in the cold river and promote it as somehow, free your body. We were doing barbecues in Warsaw. It was a World Polish Championship of one board game, Time to Kill Socialism. We had another barbecue on the river, DJ nights, classic retro game, also Polish championship. It was even televised in national TV, came to Freedom Lounge, and what is happening? Like, this game was like 20 years ago, and these people are meeting. Now it's becoming popular. Now, like, I'm not sure if we kind of pioneered bringing these retro game tournaments, but now every winter in various places people do these championships of this game. One day, during the election night, we streamed, we basically did a YouTube stream for the elections night with the results, with discussions, with interviews, with candidates and with some journalists. We even had like a parody of national TV. It was all done with a, power of friendship, I guess. How many taxes we repealed by that? 0. But we learned how to do a TV stream of really high quality with 0 budget. Broke monopoly for TV for election nights. It was not popular then. It was 2020 to have election nights, at least in Poland, over the internet. It was just everybody was watching TV. Laissez-faire logo was there. We were commenting from libertarian perspective, the candidates and their topics. Then also as we learned how to do streams, we organized free pawns chess tournament. We called it Polish Chess Libertarian Championship. Nobody even checks it. You can call it, it's your Polish championship, and you are Libertarian Polish champion. We had 135 players playing for 5 hours straight online with us and watching our stream. We had 3 grandmasters commenting with us. Of course, with also libertarian commentary, taxation is theft, smuggled somewhere. Even I was surprised at that, but we got on the main page of chess.com. They just put our stream, we go chess.com and you could watch us. We had like thousands of views. It was totally amateur. I'm not a professional chess player. Atlas shrugged, somebody maybe noticed there. Free pawns also, the name had libertarian meaning somehow. So it was only once. Taxes repealed, well, 0. But we somehow made this crossover with unusual crossover, crossover you never expect, chess and libertarians. Then another project that I'm very proud of is our soccer team, Laissez-faire United, that exists since 8 years. We played in 5 different leagues. 3 times we played in official Cup of Poland. Now our team, I'm not there, but because I'm not in Poland, but we played, you can see how liberty somehow was smuggled there. We played in official Cup of Poland. If we win, I calculated, if we win next 19 games, we can win UEFA Champions League. If we win next 19 games in a row. We organized invisible leg of the free market tournament twice with 150 attendees. We had Menger, Hayek, Satoshi, Bastiat on our shirts. We also had a ping pong section of the team at some point. Taxes repealed, 0. But well, I guess it's the best performing libertarian team in the history of Polish football. And actually, Menger is in Polish Chronicle of Football, because somebody who scores a goal is written in a chronicle, and my friend who had a Menger, not this one, but the other, who had the Menger t-shirt, scored a goal. They don't check your ID. They just put Menger scored a goal. So the crossover you don't expect. Eventually also, for last 5 years, every summer we do, through this laissez-faire community, we did a kayaking tours, which eventually turned into sailing tours. This year, this edition had like 40 attendees. But 2 years ago, and this is something that I'm one of the most proud of, we organized Laissez-Fest. It was a festival connected with, we had like 10 ships, 10 sailing ships, all with laissez-faire flags, sailing over Polish lakes with DJs, artists. 200 people attended. Probably the only libertarian summer festival in Poland. Eventually also with the laissez-faire group and the power of friendship, in 2022, as most of my country, we were helping Ukrainians, our neighbors, with their fight against Russian oppression. We helped testing and producing the vests. We not smuggled, but we helped raise money with Bitcoin and bought over 20 cars to deliver over the border. Also, with the power of friendship, nobody repealed any taxes, but I guess that was not the point. So, yeah, maybe we didn't repeal any taxes, elect a libertarian politician, passed the regulation bill, or limited some wasteful public agency. But we made friends. We put freedom slogans, names, and ideas in places that haven't seen it before. We reached the audience that wasn't present before in our previous activities. We made a good PR for capitalism, making laissez-faire cool. More people were asking me what is laissez-faire on soccer field than through all of the previous libertarian conferences. I believe we planted the seeds, and I hope that these results are hard to measure. It's hard to get KPIs for that, but I believe that we culturally primed some other future libertarian activists, or just good people who love liberty. What will be the effects of those fun activists be in the future? I don't know. No one knows. Butterfly effect can create hurricane in either way. But at least we had fun. And I realized, looking at my doubts again, that freedom is actually winning. Maybe not globally yet, but certainly there are places where it does. I could identify 3 of them. Cyberspace. Basically, if you know how to use cryptography, how to use your tools, there is no way that government can get to you. There is now, the infrastructure is becoming more decentralized, software is open source and decentralized. You can have money in cyberspace. You can be free. It's actually expanding our freedom of actions. The other, private cities and societies inspired by Ayn Rand, or maybe not. There are local places in the world, maybe whole Poland didn't become libertarian, or our planet, for sure not. But there are small private cities, startup communities, charter cities, where actually there is more freedom than any time else before in our history. And also in personal life. I guess that cynic had some point, that the most efficient way, maybe, it's not just to make money, but you can actually create more freedom around you. And I can observe it on myself, I can observe it with my friends who did these actions with me, and a lot of credit goes to them, that we are just more free. Because maybe it's a part of growing up, maybe it's part of having some money, but it's something, those 3 places saved my hopes. I don't have to save the country, but I can save myself, I can hide in a private city, or in a cyberspace. Today, I'm involved in 2 projects mainly. One of them is Bitcoin Film Festival, also inspired by this view that art is the best maybe if we think that we are on a journey to freedom and we need some cargo, this knowledge, books of Hayek, Menger, Mises are our cargo, but the fuel is given by art. Art is usually the one that inspires us for action, gives us optimism. I believe that the best vehicle to go to freedom with this fuel and with this cargo is actually Bitcoin. And as we need more infrastructure, we need more nodes, we need maybe public legislation, but this wouldn't, the freedom revolution that Bitcoin is bringing wouldn't happen without art, without culture, without these things being normalized. That's why we already had 3 editions of Bitcoin Festival in the best venue in Poland under the motto, fix the money, fix the culture, which actually has few meanings, if you think of that. We had 3 editions. The next one is in June. Overall, we had, I think, 600 attendees. We organized 5 or 6 mini film festivals in Salvador, in Madeira, in Honduras, in Amsterdam, in Prague, at the BTC Prague. I mean, I don't know how many of you agree with me, but I really think that Bitcoin is the most efficient way we can achieve freedom. Money is the most important industry and is broken. We gave politicians the permission to spend as much as they want on whatever they want, with our permission for them to control money. And I believe that using Bitcoin is actually a moral choice. Either we use that money, government money that was created and designed to finance and sustain war, or we use money that is created by free people for free people to give us freedom. So for anyone interested more in Bitcoin, we have the event today. You got links to your email in Casa de Satoshi. You can learn more about it. So with similar approach, nudge people for ideas, foster the culture or subculture. Every year we organize the Bitcoin Film Festival in Warsaw and in other cities. People are asking, what is actually a Bitcoin film? What is it? There is films about Bitcoin. There is actually, more than one. There is enough to have a festival every year. And it's not just films about Bitcoin and they talk what Bitcoin is. Yes, majority of them are, but there are already, it's a tool, it's a phenomena that transforms every industry, Bitcoin, and cinema as well. The way the movies are financed, the way movies are distributed, the topics that are discussed in cinema, in culture, also can bring Bitcoin closer to adoption if it's normalized there. So let me show you just one example, one of my favorite short movies, the one that won the best short of last year of Bitcoin Film Fest, Hodl.
Well, it only took you 8 years and 43 emails to get here, but I am pleased to see that you have finally decided to pick up the items which your uncle has left for you.
The roads were icy, sorry.
At any rate, he left you a bust of his prize deer and a fishing pole. I almost forgot.
Ooh, what is it?
On that is some Bitcoin. He bought it in 2010.
I don't know what that is.
Some kind of new digital currency or something. I don't fool with it.
How much do you get?
$100.
Nice.
Yes, indeed.
Sean, the crypto shaman, teaching you how to cash out your Bitcoin with some fiat currency. Let's go. In order to cash out, you need to get your Bitcoin from your hardware wallet to the exchange. There you'll be able to exchange it from Bitcoin to US dollars. At buycrypt.com, open your wallet and copy the deposit address. Now paste that into the send address of your hardware wallet. And now you're ready to send. Before you do, my critches, double, triple check that you have copied the entire address. Because if you didn't, that Bitcoin is gone.
Interesting thing about this one is that it transformed, well, probably some audience, but the creator of this movie, Drew Garcia, who made it, was actually the film I found on his YouTube channel. It was titled Testing My Ursa G2 Camera. He was just trying his new, very talented guy, and he made this film about Bitcoin. We had a few conversations, well, we won an award at our festival, and he got interested in Bitcoin because of doing this film. So now he considers himself a Bitcoiner, and perhaps he is working on a feature film eventually, developed on this story. The other project that I'm involved today is Prospera. Private cities, that's where freedom is, right? In island Roatan of Honduras, there is a special economic zone written into Constitution of Honduras, and a private company from the US with international investors, Prospera, inspired actually by Ayn Rand and libertarian ideals, created probably the jurisdiction with the most legal freedom in the world. It's a hub for businesses, for startups. It's a kind of a tax haven. There are taxes, not super low, but very low. It's very easy to run your business. There is almost no regulations. I live there now. There is around 200 other citizens. I invite anyone to check this out. It consists of like around 5% of the island of Roatan is Caribbean island outside of hurricane zone. It's a very good place for Bitcoiners to relocate with their tax residency there or move their Bitcoin or not Bitcoin business and register there. It's rapidly growing, even though it exists for only 5 years physically. In Honduras, there is over 300 companies and over 2,400 residents, virtual residents as well. So my project within Prospera is called the Bitcoin District. So you can visit thebitcoindistrict.com. And we actually have few projects. If you want to visit us anytime, we have various events. The next one is coming on November. It's called BitChill. We also have Workaway program. So if you want to try your living on Caribbean island, you can go and stay with us. We have accommodation from Bitcoin sponsors. And try your life on Caribbean island while also helping us build and kickstart circular economy over there. We also have real estate opportunities. We are building a physical Bitcoin neighborhood. Well, building is still far ahead, but we're looking for future neighbors and investors, whoever is interested in owning a tropical unit in Caribbean island in the most free jurisdiction in the world with other Bitcoiners, please reach out. Yeah, so I wanted to make some moral of these stories instead of being just a portfolio of various examples. So if I had to conclude with one main insight from my activism, it would be that we should change the narrative from end the Fed to make the Fed obsolete. Fed is not just the Federal Bank of the United States. Any federal institution, I guess, could be symbolized by that. Instead of opposing and rebelling against, instead of saying stop, let's try to say start. Let's build parallel structures. Let's create our festivals, our group of influence, our economies It's easier than fighting with the government, and probably more effective. We will not end bureaucracy by yelling at it, but we can outcompete it with private cities, with DAOs, with parallel institutions, online groups. Freedom of speech also didn't expand by protesting newspapers. It expanded by creation of the internet. Better transport and accommodation also didn't come from protesting hotel unions, but came from creation of Uber and Airbnb. Communication is more efficient not because libertarians said public post office is a theft, but because multiple scientists and entrepreneurs worked on open protocols for email and instant messaging, accessible to everyone. It's also about the language. I think we could stop being reactionary a bit. We could lead by example. People will not follow libertarians if we are not nice people, if we just argue the liberty. You also can't tell people what to think. They will not listen, but you can inspire them for thought. I think that art is the most efficient in doing so, but everybody has their own ways. But you know, people like to think for themselves, and I think that's also a libertarian notion. Again, looking back, none of my projects repealed a single tax or rewrote a single bill, but they did something else. They made liberty visible, playful, and real. And that matters, because freedom doesn't win through one grand strategy, one grand institution and coalition of NGOs. It wins through 1,000 of experiments, some serious, some playful, joyful, planting seeds. So let's keep creating spaces, projects, and cultures where liberty is not an argument, but a way of living. The best activism doesn't just argue for freedom, but it shows what freedom looks like and invites people to join. So that's what we did with laissez-faire, and that's how I hope we ignited a libertarian movement in Poland. Thank you. If there are questions, we have some time probably.
Yeah, I'm curious about your experience when you were like doing this libertarian meetups, events. I don't know if you had like anyone against you, like I don't know, like politicians, or if you were scared of doing this type of things that obviously are against the status quo.
Nothing serious, no. There was some strange people that were asking many questions. And I don't know if it's intelligence or what, and you know, they try to hire you, they try to borrow you money or money from you, and there was like 3 people with very similar patterns that I was just taught not to get involved with. So maybe that was the biggest thing, but nothing.
No, yeah, I ask you this because I've encountered several times when I'm trying to do something, and there are a lot of people that say, "Hey, be careful, right? Because you are touching you're touching the power. You're going against the power." So. But I think from your experiences, keep going, right? Like it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, maybe if we would continue with Weekend of Capitalism and making it bigger or making it a political movement, probably it would, you know, turn on some lights. But who cares about, you know, libertarians playing football with Satoshi on T-shirt? There is a question.
First of all, I really need to commend you because you've taken a lot of issues that could be considered wonky or boring and made them unbelievably cool. So it's definitely a testament to you and the span of different types of events and meetups and stuff. Like, I think it's really cool. So the first part of my question is, you mentioned it was the same 200 faces at first. Did you see any growth as far as it getting outside of those same 200 people? Like, did more people get involved, see what you were doing, and like kind of join up? So now it's kind of more people getting involved. And then also I just had a question. The libertarian movement in Poland, by comparison in America, like American libertarianism, it's kind of, you got to kind of carry your purity card with you as far as like who's the most purest libertarian. Are Polish libertarians kind of united in kind of the sense of, just being pro-liberty, or is it, kind of factionalized in the same way?
So first question, as I said, there was not many new faces. When there were, yes, it was growing until some point, especially on the internet, you could see we were kind of visible force. But it was very, I don't know, ephemeral, right? And if we were growing through friends. Like I brought 5 more friends, somebody brought 5 more friends to a conference next year, but I was kind of disappointed not to see more youngsters, and it's not their fault, it's maybe our fault with communicating to them. But yeah, this growth, I mean, we hit the peak 2020, and then I guess with pandemic, I think it's not only me who went through such crisis. Poland, I think Poland has, it was generational thing because I think my parents and parents of my folks in my age, kind of, they were raised in 80s and 70s, 80s, and we saw such a dramatic difference in quality of life, and it was everywhere. The narrative was that it was socialism, now it's capitalism. So it was kind of it was also repeated through like what is Polish kind of nature, that will of freedom. I don't maybe necessarily see that manifested that much in practice. For sure, there are people like me and Piotr and Kasia who are like activists and people who come to our events, but majority, no, they are just like people. I think, you know, it takes 2 generations to vanish such notions.
It's not a question, it's just a conclusion. I had so much fun watching all the video, all the presentation, that I have to say, you have to learn how to use TikTok, my friend.
Okay.
It's going to be incredible for you to, like you say, you got into this peak, and everybody's going to watch this kind of video. It was so great.
Yeah, but eventually, as I admitted, and I'm not super proud of it, but eventually I kind of gave up. I'm working now on my area, right? I'm doing my stuff there. It's still very much about freedom, but I don't care that much about reaching to next generations. I wish somebody else could.
I was wondering, when you started learning about Bitcoin, did you start like educating also the community of libertarians about Bitcoin? What wallet did you use? And what other kind of things educationally can be done with these communities?
Yes, I arranged the group of Polish Bitcoin maximalists, which is like the center of like Polish Bitcoin. That's where Bitcoin Film Festival comes from. So we had like monthly meetups for all over 2 years, right? We translated those 6 books. We had some podcasts with Objectivism Pel also. So I didn't mention, we had like 5 seasons of philosophy podcasts with over 200 episodes. But still, right, where is the effect of this? 300 views, and maybe it's just invisible, right? But yes, with Bitcoin, we did. However, Polish Bitcoiners are not the strongest community. Like we are high on crypto, but like only Bitcoin, it's really very few compared to Czech or Germans. Bitcoin Film Fest is the biggest, I think, Bitcoin initiative in Poland, yes, which comes out of the community too. All right, guys, thank you. Now is a coffee break, then is Shark Tank, and then I hope to see you in Casa de Satoshi, right? Thank you.
Well, Tomek, thank you. You did my job for me. So we're going to take about a 30-minute break, and then we'll have the Shark Tank. I believe they're going to lift this wall, correct? And yeah, so we'll have sort of both sides of the auditorium open for the Shark Tank competition. So feel free to take a break, use the restroom, and then we'll be back at 4:45, I think. Yes, 4:45 for the Shark Tank. So thanks, guys.